today. So anyway, today we're gonna be writing the article for part 16. So in part 15 we revamped the weapon system, and in part 16 what we're doing is just gonna use the weapon system to actually in the past couple of streams last year we've already created a bunch of weapons using the revamped weapon system. So now the job is to document it so that you guys can recreate it together with me as well, because otherwise you would have to go through the stream footage, right? And that's really long, and there's a lot of bug fixing and gaps and all that stuff. So once the content for part 16 is created, as usual, we'll do a video on it, and yeah, and then we'll look at how whether there are any more requests for other weapons, or whether we should go on to work on the spawning system. That's the second most requested thing after the weapon system revamp. The other thing that's most requested is the spawning system. How do we fix the spawning system in the sense that how do we make it more flexible and accommodate more kinds of enemies and more patterns of enemy formation, right? So after part 16, that is what is up next. There's also one question that we get a lot that I thought I can just talk about over here. And let me just pull up the page, alright? It is regarding the... Okay, let me just show you what I'm looking at. It's regarding... looking in the wrong forum. It's regarding the collector, the magnet problem. So I've actually posted a fix to it, but I haven't covered it in any of the parts. So you must be aware that see that? So sometimes the experience gem doesn't go where you are. It flies away if you walk at the correct angle. So I've actually posted a patch, and for those of you who are interested, you can just grab the patch and then you can use it for your own project. Somewhere along the way I'll cover this, probably in part 16 or probably part 16. Yeah, that's when I'll cover this. So before I start on today's on the article today, another thing I wanted to go through was one of our viewers for... Let me turn down the music, right? One of our viewers for our farming RPG tutorials, he came... So he's working on this project where he's getting some assets from the Harvest Moon game, and he's putting together his own game, and it's looking great. Let me just show you. So he sent a footage a while ago from... where is it? All the way at the bottom. Oh no, it's not here. Where is it? I can't seem to find his video now. It's strange. And there we go. So he's working on a farming RPG game himself. And some of his code base is using our tutorial series. So he's ran into a problem where one of his models is refusing to start. So I'm gonna have a look at it. So he sent us an email. So he's been helping us with a couple of things as well with the farming RPG series. And he sent an email in and he asked why is his model not rendering a material. So I thought we could just cover it on stream, since I haven't had the time to have a look at his stuff and show him what's wrong. So I'm just gonna use the Vampire Survivors project to test out the model, and then later on we'll of course remove the folders after we're done. So I'm just gonna create a new test scene over here, and I'm just gonna drop all his models in, and then we'll see what is wrong with his models and his shaders and whatnot. So he's got a bear model here. There should be a 3D scene, right? Let me just add a directional light as well. So he's got a model, and this model is just grab the bear and reset it. This model is really small. Let me see if we can increase the size of this model. Oh, this is the prefab one. Still very small. So why can't I increase the size of bear? Am I looking at the wrong file? Maybe, right? FBX. So bear is here. Bear. Oh, they're all same size, huh? Let me import another folder that he sent over to me. So I'm using Vampire Survivors project because it would be easier than if I were to create a new project, and then I'm putting everything into a folder so I can delete it later on when I'm done doing the text. Now we're just waiting for the models to import. It's gonna be a while. Wow, this is a lot of files, huh? Whole bunch of files. It's a lot of files. A lot of files. Perhaps we don't need all these files, and I'm not needing these files, then it would just be, you would have wasted 1 minute and 46 seconds to import these files. Time is of the essence. Okay, there we go. Looks like we are done. So let's see what's in this other folder. We have bear with, and this is the bear this is the bear prefab. This is what we want. And if we were to create, so what its problem is that the shader doesn't seem to be rendering. Set bear, zoom in a bit. But if we were to change the materials that he has to, so this is a toon shader, so he's using a toon shader. Because it's a non-default shader. If you look at the material here, it's a toon shader, but the toon shader is not working. And if we were to change the toon shader to something else, though, it starts working. Okay, I'll show you what I mean. So there are two materials here, one for the bear and one for the bear's eye. If we were to change this to a standard material, then everything starts working. It's not a surprise, I guess, because the standard shader always works, right? A standard shader is what Unity ships with. Just looking for the bears. Just looking for the bears textures. So the bear textures are here, albedo, and do we have other textures? There's rough. Oh, this is a roughness, metallic, and occlusion map. This is normal. So normal goes here, and I guess metallic goes here. Okay, not exactly. Metallic doesn't go here. Let's fix the eye material as well. So if we were to change the eye material to standard, then we just grab our materials in. I think the bear starts working as long as you don't use the custom shaders. So these are the bear's eyes. Why are these asset files so strange? I think this may have to do with the shader being part of the shader graph. So because okay, let me just delve a little bit further before I jump to conclusions. So if we change the shader back to the shader graphs, and then APS tool, right? That was what the shader was previously. Okay, just give me a moment to look through the shader here. So this shader says shader graph. It's not a whole bunch of not a whole bunch of stuff over here. Looks like I'll have to ask ChatGPT about that. If you want to, surf in your shader, and the current code is set albedo to 1, which means the albedo color is set to white. If you want to use textures or different colors, you need to modify the surface function accordingly. Here's a simple example of how you might modify the surface function to use textures. Let's grab this and we replace that with our own function. So this gives us a yellow bear. What if I remove the other text? Normal map shader without normal map. So probably missing some things, right? think I just fixed the shader. Should be working now. Correct. There we go. I don't think the rim strength and everything is used, right? Okay, since we are working on the shader, let me just touch it up a little bit more with ChatGPT as my assistant. Rim lighting calculation. I guess with AI now, you don't even need to know how to do shader graphs or just write shader code. You can just let ChatGPT do it for you, which is pretty cool if it didn't get so many errors so often. Now there's another no matching one parameter found. I think at this point, ChatGPT is probably just pulling things out of its ass. Give me answers with. Unity world space view direction works now. No matching one parameter. Unity world space view direction. What was ChatGPT's wisdom? Use in moderation. Now gives me the, I guess, more correct answer. Let's hope it works. Invalid subscript. You calculate it manually using Vertex. Means I have to add this in, but then this gives me the errors. In the pixel shape, what is the pixel shape? Declare identifier ring with line 59 and declare identifier ring with, what do I have to do to declare that? There we go. So if we increase the rim width of the material, should this, does it make a difference? It means the calculations are not working. Rim width, rim strength, rim color. Okay, let's see whether this works now. Nope, I don't think it works still. But you know what? We can just leave the rim stuff since I was just trying to do something extra. So without the rim lighting calculation, everything still works, right? Everything else works fine anyway. Anyway, let's get back to coding for Vampire Survivors series. Kind of fix this. Let me just save the code somewhere. And I can send it over to our viewer later on. Where do I save it? Let me save it. What was the original code? The original code was just albedo equals to 1, right? Then we added a bunch of codes and removed that that's not working. Yeah, you know what? Let's go back to doing Vampire Survivors. Oh, why is there a whole bunch of errors over here? Oh, I think we just gotta reopen the Visual Studio and it should be fine. Okay, let me just save all these files somewhere and then we can revisit them later on. So what's going on is, hi Tres, thanks for dropping in. So previously what I was doing was I was just helping one of our viewers who follows one of our other tutorial series, the Farming RPG tutorial series. So he has a problem with shaders. His shaders were white, and then he sent an email in and he asked what was wrong. And because he helped us with some of our articles before, so I thought I would just help him back, you know. And I fixed the shader, so the shader now shows the colors. So you will see over here when there are errors in the shader, then the model just doesn't show up properly. It's a yellow bear. So his material is white just now, so I fixed it so it shows the textures properly. So later after the stream, I'll send the code over to him, and then I'm probably gonna refer him to this stream if he wants to see how I fixed the shader. And that's what was going on. So we're gonna go back to creating the article for part 16 of our Vampire Survivors series. So in the last stream, I was halfway through it. So for those of you who are wondering what is part 15, what is part 16, we have a Vampire Survivors series, how to create a game like Vampire Survivors, and we have articles and videos for it. And these articles and videos basically cover the process of how to create a game like Vampire Survivors. So the end goal for this project is to help us to create a set of files, right, that you can just share with anyone, and then they will just have to modify some values in the files, create some new assets, and then just key in the stats for new weapons and you will get new weapons. Just key in the stats for enemies, key in the stats for spawn patterns, spawn directions, and so on, and you should be able to create a Vampire Survivors game for yourself without touching too many instances of code. That is the idea. So when you have a ready-made system that's going, it's a lot easier to create new games of that same genre. So what we are aiming to do is to create kind of like a system of components in our project that anyone else can use to create their own roguelike game like Vampire Survivors. That is the goal. So we are also covering our journey, which is why we have this weapon system revamp thing going on. It's a lot of work to document everything that I've done because the data structures are pretty complex. if you want to check it out, you can just head over to blog.terrascore.com and then just search for part 15 of Vampire Survivors series. So, well, because I do a couple of other things as well, and you know, I get, you know, like I have client work to do and all that stuff. So I decided to stream the work that I'm doing for this series, because otherwise if I don't stream, I'll just procrastinate and you know, go on forever. So streaming is just a way for me to keep myself accountable. And also, you know, the recorded content, we can always cut the video up and use it as footage for our actual videos. So we have an editor who cuts up all the streams and reorganizes them. So, you know, because when I talk, I stop, right? You know, like I don't talk continuously for 4 hours. So he just cuts up the spaces where I don't talk. He adds some tooltips to guide people along my thought process, and subtitles the video and everything. So it makes the whole thing more consumable. I get the live stream is not very consumable, and I have to think of ways to make the live stream more engaging, right? Yeah, but so he makes the live stream content more palatable, more, it's easier to consume, it's less fluff, and then it's more substance, right? So today's stream is gonna, so usually for streams I'll answer questions about coding, you know, like I'll have people come in and ask questions, how do I do this, how do I do that? So in between creating the stuff that I'm creating, I also answer questions about game development wherever I can. Yeah, but today, and usually if I'm doing stuff, I also explain my thought process behind why certain things are done certain ways. But today it's just gonna be article writing, so it's gonna be a little bit a little more dry. When I'm debugging, usually there's more stuff for me to talk about, right? But when I'm not debugging, I'm just writing stuff, then it's a lot less. There's a lot less that I can talk about. But thanks for joining anyway. I hope that answers your questions. So article writing is really just a chore. It's really just a chore. So I never imagined when I first started doing this, I never imagined that documenting whatever you were doing would be such a chore. I guess that's why there's a lot of applications out there that are poorly documented, right? Well, and so one gap I realized also in especially if you learn programming anywhere, you know, because the examples that are given are usually pretty basic, and if you want to get better as a coder, you will have to, there's no way around it, you have to read source code, you have to see how people code their projects, and then from there that's how you learn. Because because programming is actually, once you get the basic concepts, it's actually pretty straightforward. What is tricky, right, is organizing your code. It's not even optimizing your code, it's organizing your code, because optimizing code only makes it run a little bit faster, unless you're talking about the big O notation, which is, you know, when you reduce the number of loops that your program does and such. So if you're just optimizing, for example, you make a calculation run a little bit faster, it's just gonna save you nanoseconds. So optimizing your code doesn't really do as much for you as organizing your code well, because if your code is poorly organized, it's going to be very hard to track errors. It's going to be very hard to create new stuff that builds on top of your old stuff. So how do you use concepts like composition and inheritance to create a set of classes that are very easy to use and very expandable? That's the main challenge. And when we created the codes in our old parts of our Vampire Survivor series, it was done with more so education in mind, as opposed to scalability. So some of the code that we have inside there, even though it's a lot easier to teach as a tutorial series, it's not exactly the best when it comes to us wanting to scale the game up to accommodate, let's say 20 weapons, 40 weapons, 60 weapons, or like a bunch of passives or weapon evolution. I mean, it can do all that, but it's very hard to manage, and you can see that in the part 15 article, the full explanation for why we decided to do this revamp. So I overhauled the code, and that was really hell. Just overhauling was fine, you know, because I was just doing it on stream, and coding is fun for me. But the writing, documentation, that's not fun. I spent my Christmas week basically writing the entire article out. It was a pretty difficult week to put everything into words. All right, but I've done it, and I'm doing it for. So after I revamped the weapon system, on stream I also created a bunch of weapons using the new system. So now I'm documenting how these weapons were created. And again, this is a little bit of a chore, but you know, it's easier to do it on stream, because on stream there's also people that are talking to you, right? And it makes it a bit more fun. So which is why I took time to find a shirt, nice shirt, and you know, get a shave. And I know I'm Asian, we don't have a lot of facial hair, but still, shaving is still a chore, you know. If you have just a little bit here, a little bit there, and you know, like you gotta put shaving cream and all that stuff so it doesn't hurt. So it's worth. So what I'm saying is worth the dress up. It's worth the shaving, facial hair, just to get on stream and write an article together with people who are watching, because it's more fun that way. So I wanted to document. We created 7 weapons, I think. So one of the weapons is the knife, and that's documented in part 15. The rest of the weapons we will document here. So the article writing usually involves, you know, putting the code, explaining why the code works the way it does, and taking recordings wherever is relevant to help to explain how the code works. And yeah, this whole thing is just, if you want to do a good explanation, that's where the cumbersome part comes along. That's where it gets tedious, right? If you want to explain things well. How long have I been doing game dev? To be honest with you, I was a game dev student, but then when I finished my game dev course, that was probably 11-12 years ago. So I won this award called the Crowbar Award with my final year project, and then I just stopped game development, because when I created a game that I created in school, I wanted it to be, well, impressive looking and all that stuff, right? I think I've done that, but then also the game wasn't very fun just because I wasn't experienced then. After I finished, I actually came out and I started doing web development, because it gave me more work-life balance. So my involvement in the games industry has just been more on a programming capacity. So after I finished school and I did web development for a while, my old lecturer started to get me. He wanted me to come in and teach games programming, just programming, not game design. And that was how I started. So that was how I learned Unity as well, because previously when I was a student, I used Unreal. And then most of my experience has been from web development. But you know, the two fields have a certain level of overlap. The ideas are the same. It's just that the way you structure your codes are different. So because I've been teaching and just looking at a lot of student projects, that is really where I got my Unity experience from. It wasn't from actual creating a game per se. So I've been teaching for 7 to 8 years now. Yeah, so my main form of engagement with the games industry has been through teaching and just seeing my student games and helping them. Like a lot of the problems that I know, a lot of the bugs that I fixed in Unity have been from my student projects. And if you look at my blog, a lot of articles about Unity and about web development. So the Unity stuff, it's all the articles about Unity's problems have been from my students. So yeah, that's my involvement in the games industry. So I love programming more than I love games. Actually, when I was younger, I loved to play a lot of games. But as I grew up, I just realized I just love coding. You know, that's why I'm doing what I do. So if you are a beginner, you can follow one of our tutorials. I would say either the Metroidvania one or the Vampire Survivors one. Those are pretty good tutorials. So just before one though, the systems are not foolproof in the sense that they're there to help you learn coding. So in that sense, it's great. But in terms of how scalable they are right now, they're not very scalable in the sense if you want to create a big project, then you would have to reorganize some of the code, and that is what I'm doing for the Vampire Survivors series right now. So I hope my answers make sense. If you have any more questions, feel free to post them on the chat. Every now and then, every half an hour or so, I'll just have a look at the chat. When I'm in between writing, I get a bit breathless with the writing, I will look at the chat again. So thanks for subscribing, and well, enjoy the stream and or our content. I'm gonna continue writing the article now. So we also have forums as well. So as you're going through the tutorial series, you can also, if you run into any errors, you can just visit our forums under blog.terrascore.com/community. So you might find that some of your questions or some of the questions that you run into or some of the issues that you run into, you can probably find the solutions in the YouTube comments or inside the forums, because a lot of viewers have read the problems and they've asked their questions there. And I try as far as possible. If I missed your comment, I'm sorry, but I try as far as possible to answer every comment, especially if they are a question. Okay, if they are just compliments, usually I just like them. Okay, but I appreciate the compliments more, of course. Okay, I just don't know how to respond to them. You know, us Asians have a weird thing with compliments. I don't know if you're not Asian. I don't know. If you're Asian, you can probably relate to that. If you're not Asian, well, it's just how Asian people think. So I'm just trying to get myself up to speed on where I left off last article. I think I'm done with part 1, right? For the garlic, done. So let me just craft the links, this section. So you can see how cumbersome the writing process is, right? You know, like little things like creating the hyperlinks. I really hate creating hyperlinks. So somewhere along the line, I've been thinking about this for a while, just to create a script that automates the process of generating the table of contents for our blog. That probably will be a more effective use of my time, right? Instead of you know, me having to manually write and link everything. There's just so many things to do and so little time. But somehow I still have time to stay able to find time to play games, like, you know, for an hour every day. I just don't have time to do other things. You know, I could probably spend the hour that I use to play games every night to work on things I gotta work on, right? For example, this thing, the table of contents, automating the entire process. You know, they say when you're young, you have a lot of time, and you have there's 3 things, right? You have time, and you have friends, is it? And then there is money or something along those lines. And then when you're young, you have time and you have friends, but you have no money. And then when you have money, you have no time. This the last thing I forgot, but it's so true. I used to have so much time to play games, but then now I just have no time at all because there's I have other jobs, I have client projects, and I have the YouTube channel to manage. But it's great. It's great to have something to do. I think it's a nice thing to. It's always a nice thing to have things to do. It's just sometimes you might have to sacrifice some hobbies to be able to do to be able to as I guess as life progresses, you just have less time for your hobbies. Okay, so now let's start writing the guide for the whip, how to create the whip. So for reference, this is how the whip looks like currently. I had a lot of fun creating all these weapons. It's a lot more fun than revamping the weapon system. Cause it's such quick feedback when you're creating weapons. You just write the code. It takes you probably half an hour, 1 hour to set up everything, and then you just see feedback really fast. And when you're starting out with programming, the most important thing that I think you need is to write or to work on projects that give you very fast feedback. So you see something cool real fast, because that's how programming feels fun. Oh, it's why are the enemies not dying? Am I missing something? Maybe I just set the enemy's health to be way too high. That's why enemies not dying. Shouldn't be 1,000 health. It should be like 10. 10 health. There we go. Okay, so the whip, this is how it looks like. Just have a little thing there that appears wherever you face. And then when you level up the whip, you get more whips. Also golden lightning ring. But I just want to show the whip works. But I can't find any whips now. Okay, so now with the whip, you just have, just this thing here, and it's just two effects. So we've previously created a video that shows how to do the whip effect. So the first thing I'm gonna do in the article is to add that video, and we will come up with the rest of the article from there. Okay, let's find that video on our channel. It's called Create a Better Whip Effect Than Vampire Survivors, because I believe our whip effect is a lot better. Okay, at least a little bit better. You know, it's more animated, it's a lot more organic. So if you want to figure out how the effect was created, you can watch this video. If you want to find out how the whole thing was created from our weapon system, well, you will just have to follow this article when it's out. The next weapon as we garlic, first thing we have to do is set up a weapon data file. Like Raspberry support it. It is just the projectile weapon that fires a non-projectile. Just use the projectile weapons to support most of its functionality. Let's create projectile prefab contains, what are the components that it contains? Let me just get a screenshot of all that stuff. So this is Photoshop. Just want to screen cap the weight projectile here. That music is gone. The music stopped. Anyway, music's back. You just pull up the script for the whip. So what I need to do now is to record footage of how the whip behaves when we have multiple copies of the projectile spawn. So now let's get the whip and let's get it to spawn. Let's get a level up so that we can get multiple projectiles with it. You know, I can just modify the whip over here. The whip controller, the weapon data. Can I modify anything else? I can't modify the current stats, right? That's a pity. Let me just modify the whip then to get multiple numbers to spawn. Right away, then I don't have to do any leveling up. Get everything that we. I'm just trying to get the whip to RNG out so that I can select it as a weapon. Oh, but it's not RNGing out. It's just refusing to come out. Spawn as an option. So we just gotta wait until it does. Oh my goodness. You know what, I'm just gonna create a new character for the whip because it's just not spawning, it's so annoying. What's the whip character called? Vampire Survivors. Whip character, Vampire Survivors. It's called Antonio. So, go to scriptable objects. There's Gennaro, there's Paul. Let's just duplicate one of the characters. And let's call him Antonio. So this gives me Antonio here, then everything's the same, it's just I will have to wait for the starting data, and then his name is Antonio. And then with that, I can add the character onto the character select screen. Under menu, oh, we're already in the menu screen. So let's just duplicate select knife, and just put it down here, and then we have select for new. Garlic would be 4, right? Oh, garlic character. Then there is Naro. Knife. So for Antonio, I'll just change the actions for the button so that it gives us yeah, Antonio instead. So now I should be able to start with the whip, and so how the whip happens is, let me just film this footage because I'll need to put this in the article. So this is how the whip looks like. It's a bit cut off. I think the effect is a little cut off. And it's not catching the entire effect because the frame rate is too slow. See the pain of writing an article, the pain of writing a tutorial. Documentation is the most painful thing. So we increase this to 24 frames a second. Let me just modify the garlic effect a little bit, actually make it more apparent. I think it's not very apparent at the moment. How do I modify that? Let's go to VFX, not VFX, sorry. The weapons, and then projectiles, and then whip projectile. So we can modify the whip projectile. How can we do that? We want to make the effect more apparent, the crescent moon effect. For that, we can extend the number of frames that the crescent moon picks up. Let me show you what I mean. So we have a part of the effect, whip 0, right? Where it's just a big crescent effect. So that's what we want to extend the duration of. So I can just add a bunch of brights. Then this will be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then everything else is just 0, 0, 0. So then it gives us, see that? It gives us a longer duration of this thing, lasts longer. So then you definitely will see this arc before the thing goes away. I think that would be nicer. Yeah, because otherwise, if the frame rate is too fast, then you will never get to see the big whip here, which is the whole point of the whip effect, right? And yeah, so I guess I should take a screenshot of this as well. You know what? I think it's okay. I don't know how to express this as well. Let's just take a video of the whip effect first. See, now it's a lot better, the whip effect. Hey, I'm gonna get myself some caffeine, having a food coma after lunch. I'll be right back. So the article is coming along well. I'm pretty happy. It's pretty fun to record the gifs for the article. So I'll wake myself up with some caffeine and we'll continue writing and hopefully finishing up the article by today. Oh, hey, my microphone was muted. So, caffeine, very cheap caffeine, a cup of tea. It's gonna put me on overdrive and it's gonna help me write with a lot more focus, which is, I guess, what I need right now. Yeah, which is what I need right now. A little bit more focus, a little bit more energy. So let's finish up at least the whip section. I think with an hour and a half, we should be able to do at least one more weapon, one more section, one more weapon. So we were explaining the whip weapon, right? Let me just get up to speed on where I left off. Just a sip of tea, right? And I feel much more awake now. I'm such a caffeine addict, you know. Hi Game Dev, I'm from Singapore. So all of us here, even the people who write the articles on our blog, as well as the editor that helps us to edit the videos, we are all from Singapore. Sunny Singapore, as the world calls us. It's very hot here usually. So we are always, well, the girls here are always wearing summer wear, which is great. Yep, so that's where I'm from. Where are you from? Let me know about it. Oh, you're from India. Are you a northern Indian or are you southern Indian? Because it's pretty cold now, right? In say like Delhi, I hear Delhi is pretty cold now. But the south is pretty okay still. Like the south maybe is about 19, 20 degrees, right? I've been to Coimbatore a few times. I went to Isha Yoga Center. It's a really nice place. I am from northern India. I hear there are some places that are really nice, like the Taj Mahal is really beautiful. So I would love to drop by someday and see it. Just gotta make some money first. And go wherever I want. Well, the good thing about streaming work is that I can travel and I can still be streaming, right? So that's the benefit of it, but when I'm teaching then I can't travel because you know I have to stay in Singapore because we can't teach online now. COVID is over, so we gotta wait for the next pandemic to come and hit us. The WEF seems to think that there's gonna be another pandemic, so we'll see. Anyway, we can't travel in a pandemic, so even if we can all work from home, it's still the same. Have I ever made a multiplayer game? That's a question that I've been asked before. I actually have on the phone. It was just to test out Unity's multiplayer capabilities. I just made Pong in Unity um, because I wanted to get a perspective of how multiplayer games are made. They are very complex pieces of software. If So I talked about this in a previous stream. So why is it that multiplayer games are complex? Because multiplayer games require you to perform something called replication. And what is replication? Replication is basically sharing values over to different machines. Because if you have 10 machines, right, that are running the same game, all 10 machines have to have their states synchronized. And for that to happen, there has to be quite a little bit of coding magic going on. So this coding magic is called replication. Give me a moment here. My mouse seems to have gone missing. Okay, there we go. Why has my mouse suddenly decided to go missing? Such a strange thing. Let me just address that first. Anyway, so as I was saying, with multiplayer games, you have to perform replication. So usually, if you look at the early days of multiplayer games, right? Usually, if you played multiplayer games in the early 2000s, you would find that there would always have to be someone to host. So if you played Warcraft 3 or you played Dota in the early 2000s, right? In the LAN shops, they will always be asking, so who's gonna host? If you play online, it's the same thing. Can someone host the game? So what is the host? The host is basically the game master, where every other machine will replicate data from the host. So for example, when I'm playing Dota, right? So what determines, for example, that when the hero gets damaged, who controls the hit points of the hero? So the host is the one that controls that. All the major stats, for example, how many kills someone has, how many deaths someone has, how much HP a person has, where is this character in the map at the moment. This is all determined by the host. So the clients all replicate the host machine. So because if the host is one of the players, this actually creates a couple of issues. And the issue is that the host has more leeway to cheat because the host is the one that determines everything in the game. So if, for example, if you are technologically savvy, then you can mess around with the variables in the game because all the other machines are replicating your values. So this creates the possibility that the host has more of a leeway to cheat because they control all the variables, right? So if you see in the recent games now, when you play, say, Dota right now, right, you just have to go and click on find game, and then the game will be found for you. And then who's the host? So the host now is provided by the gaming companies instead of being provided by ourselves. So this is why, for example, in Dota 1, you can map hack. And Dota 2 you cannot, because now that okay, this isn't really exactly the reason. If Warcraft 3 was coded well, or if it was coded differently, I shouldn't say it's coded very well. Okay, I shouldn't say it's coded well. I shouldn't imply it's not coded well because I think it's coded pretty well for a game that was made in the early 2000s. So in Warcraft 3, it's also possible for map hack to be. Map hack is basically a tool that shows you the entire map, removes the fog of war inside the game. So for map hack to work, the host has to share the data over the entire map to the client. So in Dota 2, for example, they paid more attention to replication and they only replicated things that is required for the game to run. So for example, if you do not see a hero on the map, then the data is not sent to the clients, so you cannot map hack in Dota 2. So among other things as well, like so because now the company that manages Dota 2 is the one hosting, so that means that they're able to control exploits a lot more because no one is the host anymore. So this whole replication business, it takes a lot of planning and thinking, and you really have to delve deep into the mechanics of your game to not just in the sense of like the rules of the game, but also you've got to understand how multiplayer works to be able to see what kind of exploits are available, and then like how do you change the rules and such, the coding and everything to prevent people from being able to exploit it. I hope it's a little bit all over the place, but I hope it gives you a little bit more insight into how multiplayer games work. It's pretty complex. Maybe somewhere in the future of this series, probably at least a year from now, we can explore coding multiplayer functionalities into this project. That will be interesting for me as well, just to delve into it and explore how this works. But we've got quite a few things to finish before we get there, so we're gonna work on those things first. So I hope it answered your question there. I'm gonna continue writing. Alright, my cursor is gone. I don't know what's wrong with my cursor now, but I'm just gonna have to live with it for the next hour. Yeah, the cursor glitch is terrible, man. It's the first time it happened to me, and it's so much harder to work with the computer when the cursor is gone. It's very annoying, cursor glitch. Look at that. Can't even see where I'm clicking. So I got my mouse back by just changing the mouse pointer size. I just open up the mouse pointer size adjustment here and I got the mouse back. Wow, it's great to be able to get the mouse back. So annoying just now. This is such a crazy ad, isn't it? And it gets around Google's screening as well. I'm not wrong, you cannot post anything that's overtly sexual on Google. And then this ad is able to get around that. Which is pretty funny to me whenever I see it. It makes me laugh, you know. This is the ad I'm referring to. The placement of this UI thing here, it's hilarious. Game Dev has another question. Unreal Unity, which is good for good graphics games. Well, I don't have enough experience with modern Unreal to say for sure. Unreal recently released this technology called Nanite, which allows you to have unlimited polygons on screen. I think that's pretty cool. And if I'm not wrong, they have some really nice sculpting tools in Unreal Engine 5. It's auto-generator or something. I remember seeing there's something related to Nanite and then something related to their terrain sculpting tools. So those are really powerful tools. That being said, Unreal is harder to use than Unity in my opinion. It's just because of the way it's set up. But I've used Unreal Engine 3 and Unreal Engine 3 was really hard to use because so in Unity you have a bunch of components, right? Unreal has the same thing as well, and Unity is very easy for you to add your own components. Unreal's not so much. I haven't tried Blueprint. Maybe Blueprint has made it easier. But if you want to code for Unreal, it's harder. Unreal has I would say Unreal has better technology for sure when it comes to graphics, but it's harder to use. And then Unity actually has pretty good graphics as well. If you turn on HDRP, Unity games can look really good if you turn on HDRP. Speed-wise, I think the pipelines for HDRP and URP, I think URP is not finished if I'm not wrong. And I haven't developed the game in HDRP, so I can't say for sure, but you can definitely get good graphical quality with Unity. Not as good as Unreal, but you can get pretty up there. There are a lot of studios that use Unity for, like smaller studios, I would say a lot of AAA titles will use Unreal just because of the graphical fidelity. Like if you wanted to create something like Final Fantasy VII, which by the time they finish the series is gonna be like 2040 already, you know, with the amount of time that they're taking and the delays that keep happening. But that's done using Unreal, but Unity has done Pokemon Go. What else? There's quite a few games I've played that are on Unity. City Skylines is another one of them. It's on Unity. What else? I'm playing a game called Descenders right now. It's on Unity as well. So a lot of the smaller studios, they will still choose to use Unity, I guess because of ease of access. It's really a lot easier to use Unity than it is to use Unreal. So I would have to give you more opinions when I try out Unreal. If I ever try it out, I'm very familiar with Unity now, so I'm actually quite reluctant to switch because then I have to learn everything all over. Okay, not everything all over again, but you know, the systems and everything. I have to relearn everything that side. think we're almost done with creating the whip. Third weapon is the lightning ring. I'll do as much as I can. We have half an hour. So not sure how much I can cover for that. But hey, maybe miracles can happen, never know. The lightning ring, we also have a video for that. To create a lightning ring. So the lightning ring, I actually forgot how I done that, so I need to refer to the code a little bit. Not sharing my screen, am I? There we go. Now I'm sharing my screen. Just doing a whole bunch of writing for the lightning ring weapon. Hopefully I can finish this before the stream ends. Hi Robert, no worries. Thanks for popping in for a couple of minutes. That is great as well. Anyway, I was just doing a lot of article writing, so there wasn't a lot of talking on this stream. You didn't miss out much. Thanks for dropping by anyway. Appreciate any support I can get. So we've got 3 weapons down. We have 3 more to go, right? X, the Fire One, then the Soul Eater. The X is pretty simple, I think. For the X, do we need to create code for it? Yeah, we gotta create code for it. But for the Fire One, we don't have to, right? It's just a projectile weapon. The Fire One, we probably need to touch it up a bit. Probably have to create a script for it as well, actually. Because our Fire One, the functionality is a little bit off at the moment. It shouldn't fire at a single enemy. Shouldn't fire at different enemies. They should all fire at the same enemy, the same direction. So that is the problem for Fire One. But let's handle the X first. I will just, let's see. I will just drop the scripts for the X, and I've got something on after this, so I can't stay on long after the stream ends. So I'm just gonna set up the section for the X and just drop the script in, and I'll end the stream. But thanks as usual for joining the stream. I really appreciate it. So for the X, we need a projectile. Then just format the image a little bit better. gonna take a quick shot of the X weapon in action, and I will do so by increasing the number of X's that spawn so that we can see how the X functions. And then I'll change Antonio to temporarily use the X instead of the whip, so that I can see the X in action. So if you have multiple X's, the X's will spawn like that. So it comes out and every X comes. Oh, is there? I am missing something for the X. It doesn't seem to be flying anywhere, right? But the X doesn't just fly upwards, does it? The spawn angle changes, right? The X, if I recall correctly, spawn angle changes. So it gets more and more forward. The X doesn't just spawn in the same area, right? Let's look at our screenshots that we have for the X. Yeah, the X has something of an arc, but we are not seeing it here. Am I missing something, or am I? It's just flying directly upwards. Terrible. So what am I missing? Maybe I can print out the value here, so then we can see what's going on with the spawn angle. So the spawn angle, it's all 90 all the way. Something is wrong. Current spawn count is... Why is the current spawn count 0? Current spawn... Yeah, I'm probably missing something, right? This current spawn count is defined here. Or is it? Well, I can just this be current heck. Let's try this, alright? Little formulaic error. What I'm saying is probably a small error of the formula that's causing the X to not work the way I intended. It's supposed to come out like that, right? Which is this is the correct way the X should be spawning the projectiles, but it's spawning everything in reverse. It should be the other way around, so it shouldn't be shooting forward first. We shoot up first, and then the other projectiles shoot forward. Which, okay, let's see how that looks like. So, current, this should go from okay, let's see that again. I'll explain this in the article when we stream next week, alright? Just trying to work out the correct formula so that we can wrap up today's stream. Rushing to be somewhere else after this. Okay, let's see it work. Yeah, this is what I want. So the eggs is supposed to spawn, but the first one isn't supposed to fly out so far forward. First one is supposed to fly up directly. It's supposed to fly up. Okay. So probably for the next stream, once we settle all the weapons, we probably spend some time to do some coding as well to improve upon the codes for the weapons, as well as to improve upon the codes for the weapons, as well as, give me a moment. Some issue here. Current attack count doesn't get reset to 0. Why doesn't the current attack count get reset to 0? Mahan Toxin, yes, this is a continuation of the Vampire Survivors series. Part 15 is out, but only the article at the moment, so you can check it out. And this is part 16, so this is how to create more weapons using the part 15 Vampire Survivors weapon revamp. And then part 15's video is gonna come out soon. So yep, so so this is part 16. So once part 15's video comes out, and then we will use part 16's article to create the video as well. And then I probably will do a stream to just run through the article once it's done. I'm gonna wrap up the stream for today. We will continue bug fixing the eggs next week. So thanks for dropping in to join and to support and to ask your questions. They're all very welcome. So have a great day ahead. I'll see you guys next week. Alright, so thank you very much.